meeting of the RE5J Board of Education. A moment to silence your cell phones. Rise, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Christina, will you please take roll?
Monica Johnson, here. Amanda Proctor, here. Nathan Fasano. Amy Musgrave is arriving late. Michael Webb.
Here.
And Ethan Chambers. And Annabelle Roscoe. Here.
Like a little fairy, like back and forth. I don't know where to look to find you. We do need to approve the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
We don't.
Okay. Do I have any motion?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
We got a motion by Director Proctor, second by Director Johnson to approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All righty. Our first item is our citizen comments on agenda items.
I've got another floating around somewhere.
This is the one you guys would like to start with? Okay. And just for clarification and let everybody know that we are limiting public comment to 3 minutes per speaker. Ms. Diagana will keep our time, and then we'll do a total of 30 minutes. So it looks like our 10th person on this list anyways is going to be Cheryl Olson. And I'm just going to go through this list in order. If you would, when I come in, please step up to the podium. Speak loud and clear. I don't know if that mic is, but this mic is. And just give us your name, and I suppose it looks like you're here is probably JMA members. I'm not going to ask for your address. Why don't you tell me what school you're out of? So we'll start this up with Amy Cecile.
I'm Amy Cecile, and I am a third grade teacher at Elwell Elementary. I'm also co-chair along with Rosie Fisher of the JMA negotiations team. Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. We come before you not only as advocates, but as partners, united in a shared commitment to the success, well-being, and future of every student in our district. We know the decisions before you are not easy, and we deeply respect the responsibility you carry. We also want to recognize the unwavering dedication of our superintendent, assistant superintendent, and financial officer. Like us, they believe in the power of public education to transform lives, and they are working tirelessly on behalf of that belief. We want to be very clear. We are not to accuse anyone of wrongdoing. We do not believe that anyone is attempting to conceal funds or act in a dishonest way. As someone who has served on the JMEA negotiations team for the past 6 years, I'm proud of the collective spirit between our team and district administrators. Together, we've faced tough challenges and worked towards solutions grounded in mutual respect and shared commitment. We truly believe that everyone at the bargaining table is there because they care about our students, our schools, and our community. This year, we simply find ourselves with a different perspective on the issue of compensation. And while we may not agree on every point, we remain committed to working together in good faith to reach agreement that reflects the values we all share. We are here because we care, because we believe that when we come together as educators, leaders, and community members, we can rise to meet even the toughest challenges. Tonight, we ask you to listen with open minds and open hearts, knowing that our collective strength lies in shared vision, a thriving, equitable, and inspiring future for every student. One of the guiding principles we've embraced throughout our negotiations process is to assume positive intent. This mindset has been a cornerstone for our team, helping us stay focused on collaboration, respect, and purpose. We continue to believe that everyone at the table is driven by a sincere desire to do what's for our students, our district, and our community. We are bargaining in good faith with a clear commitment to finding solutions that benefit all. The aim is not to win, but to create win-win outcomes. And we remain fully open to reasonable compromises that move us forward together. GA has consistently worked in collaboration with the district and the Board of Education, and we devalue that partnership. A budget is more than just numbers. It is a clear reflection of our shared priorities. We sincerely hope the board recognizes and appreciates that teachers are among the district's most vital and irreplaceable resources.
Thank you, Ms. Seal. Ms. Diagana, would you let the record show that Director Dave has joined us?
I apologize for coming forward.
Our speaker is Marlene Walls-Ginger. Please state your name and school, please.
My name is Marlene Wells-Ginger, and I teach special education at our new RS. I'd like to say good evening, board and our district leaders. Thank you for your time. Again, we're going to dig right in. There is a misconception that all teachers across the district received a substantial last year. In reality, the increases primarily benefited those who were in the first two columns of the summer schedule. For the majority of certified staff, approximately 60% of whom hold master's degrees or higher, the actual increases ranged from just 3.5% to 3.9%, with salary steps being frozen. When accounting for the misstep increase, because of that agreement that we made, of the normal typical 2.25%, this equates to a true cost of living adjustment of only 1.26%, so 0.65%. The intent behind these increases was not to recognize and reward long-serving, highly qualified educators. Rather, it was an agreement to raise the district's base salary to $50,000 in an effort to recruit new teachers. While attracting new talent is important, we cannot afford to undervalue the experienced professionals who have been the backbone of this district for years. A sustainable, equitable compensation structure must lift all educators, not just the newest among us. Second point, board. Colorado's inflation rate for 2004 was 2.27%, according to the Colorado Division of Local Government. When teachers receive only a 1% salary increase, it doesn't keep up with the rising cost of living, and effectively amounts to a pay cut. In this economic reality, simply funding us on the salary schedule is not a bonus. It's the bare minimum needed to help educators maintain financial stability. These step increases are not just about rewarding experience. They are about ensuring that teachers are not falling behind while continuing to give their all to our students, our schools on the daily. If we truly value educators, we must ensure their compensation reflects the cost of living that they face.
Ms. Walls-Ginger. Our speaker is Heather Pate.
Hello, Heather Pate. I teach first grade at Air Ridge. According to this year's School Finance Act, our district is projected to see a meaningful increase in its funding for the 25-26 school year. With any increase in student enrollment, the district is expected to receive a 3.09% increase in per pupil funding, resulting in an additional $1,325,445 in revenue. Projected student growth of 71 students, the total increase in program funding rises to 0.96%, which equates to approximately $2,129,605 in new funding. These increases represent a significant opportunity for the district to invest in its most vital resource, our educators. As cost of living pressures persist and compensation remains a top concern, it is essential that the additional funding be used to honor salary commitments, steps, and ensure fair competitive pay that reflects the dedication and impact of our teachers and staff. Honoring horizontal salary advancement on the lanes of the salary schedule matters. Every step forward on the salary scale represents a deep personal investment by teachers, not just themselves, but in their students. To pursue additional training, advanced coursework, and professional development on their own time, often paying out of pocket. These are evenings, weeks, and summers spent not in rest, but in growth. Also, they can bring more to their classrooms. It's a sacrifice made, not for recognition or reward, but out of a profound commitment of excellence. Because great leaders never stop learning, and they do it all for their students.
Thank you, Ms. Peak. Our next speaker is Robert Thompson.
Good evening, I'm Robert Thompson, teach math here at Roosevelt High School. Why lanes matter. Ongoing education for teachers and special service providers is not just professional development. It's a direct investment in the quality of education of our students receive. When educators grow, students thrive. Every new skill, strategy, and insight gained through continued learning enhances our ability to meet the diverse needs of students and inspire them to reach their fullest potential. Teachers plan their lives and support their families based on the promise of the salary schedule, a promise built on work, professional sacrifice, personal sacrifice, and financial investment they've made through their continued education. Each expected increase isn't just a number. It reflects time spent in the classroom as students themselves, tuitions paid out of pocket, and a deep commitment to the personal growth. Honoring those steps is not only fair, it's essentially to sustain trust and stability for the educators who give so much of schools. Honoring the vertical salary advancement of steps of the salary schedule matters. Teachers trust each step on the salary schedule as a commitment in the district to recognize and honor their years of service, growth, and unwavering dedication to students. These steps are more than just markers of time. They represent countless hours of effort, passion, and perseverance. Upholding them affirms the value of educators and the strength of the foundation of trust our schools and community rely on. Advancement on the salary scale is not just recognition, it's lifetime. Teachers depend on these earned increases to keep pace with the rising cost of living and inflation. As everyday expenses grow, these schedules help ensure that dedicated educators can support their family while continuing to serve their students with passion and excellence. Honoring this progression is essential to sustain a strong, stable, and committed workforce. Freezing salary steps doesn't affect teachers in the present. It's a lasting consequence that ripples far into the future. For educators, each step on the salary schedule is part of a long-term plan, not just to support their families today, but to eventually retire with dignity. When steps are frozen, it delays their progress, reduces their lifetime earnings, and can significantly lower retirement benefits. For many, it means having to work longer, not because they want to, but because they have to. A step freeze isn't just a temporary pause, it's a setback with real lasting impact to those who have devoted their lives to serving students and the community.
Mr. Thompson, your time is up.
Okay.
You can wrap up though. You about.
I can pass.
Go ahead. I'll allow it. But if you got like 5 more pages, let me.
Yeah, I got like 5 more pages.
Do you? Can you summarize them? Can you summarize real quick?
They're already summarized. Who's next on the list?
This spot.
This spot.
I'd like to defer my time to Jamie to have you
Please continue.
All right. 3 steps also creates deep and lasting inequalities within our faculty. It opens the door for newly hired teachers from other districts to be placed higher on the salary schedule than veteran educators. Serve this district with the same or even more experience. It undermines fairness and morale, sending a message that years of loyalty and dedication to our students may be valued less than external experience. A system built on equity must honor the commitment of those who have given their time, energy, heart, and community after year. Other factors and point to consider about steps and lanes. According to the Fort Collins Area Chamber of Commerce, the median income in northern Colorado for 24-25 is $88,066. Currently, approximately 83% of the certified teaching staff in Weld RA5J earn below the median. District's current salary schedule does not provide a sustainable path for most educators to reach that regional benchmark. For example, a teacher with a master's degree plus 30 additional credit hours would need 17 consecutive years of step increases to reach $8,662, barely above the median. Of the district's 251 certified staff, approximately 209 are earning less than the regional median. Other factors and points to consider about steps and lanes. This is more than a statistic. It is called as a action. Competitive compensation is essential, not only for recruiting and retaining highly qualified educators, but also for respecting the expertise and longevity of these already serving students. Furthermore, lost steps are rarely, if ever, restored, meaning that when the process on the salary scale is frozen, educators lose earnings that can never be recovered, both in terms of annual income and retirement benefits. To remain competitive and equitable in a growing region, our salary schedule must reflect the true value of our teachers' work and align more closely with the economic realities of northern Colorado. Over the past few years, the district has consistently overestimated how much of an unassigned fund balance will be used, projecting a much lower ending fund balance than what actually materializes. In reality, the district regularly ends the year with millions more in reserves than originally projected.
Sorry, within 3 more minutes.
Ferris,
I would like to yield my time.
continue, Mr. Thompson.
Teachers and partners in this fiscal responsibility, we are carefully stewards of district resources and understand the importance of long-term sustainability. Like the district, we want to ensure that there's a thoughtful plan in place for emergencies and unforeseen challenges. However, it is important to acknowledge that the Board of Education reserves funds have remained largely untouched. Even as educators face salary freezes, rising costs, and stalled negotiations, additionally, the district already has multiple layers of protection in place for liabilities and emergencies beyond these reserves. We believe financial responsibility, but we also believe that a healthy reserve should not come at the expense of a fair compensation for the people who serve students every day. It's time to find a better balance, one that honors both sustainability and the people who make our schools thrive. Our district agreements across Colorado for the 25-26 year is a competitive landscape. As districts across Colorado finalize compensation agreements for the 25-26 school year, a clear trend has emerged. Districts are not only funding steps and lanes, but also providing meaningful cost of living adjustments, which we would call COLAs, to ensure that educators' pay keeps pace with inflation and rising costs. Here's what other districts are committing to. Preschools, a 2.5% COLA increase plus steps and lanes. Poudre School District, 4% COLA plus steps and lanes. St. Vrain Valley School District is $1,750 added to each cell plus steps and lanes. Thompson, 2.5% COLA plus steps and lanes. Montrose School District, 4.2% COLA plus steps and lanes. Park County, 3% COLA plus steps and lanes. Salida, $250,000 per salary cell, which equates to approximately 4 to 5%, and steps and lanes. Aspen, a 2.4% COLA plus steps and lanes. Steamboat Springs, $1,500 to the base and steps and lanes. Gunnison, 2.3% COLA plus steps and lanes. Pueblo 60, an average of 3.5% COLA plus steps and lanes. And finally, Font, a 2% COLA plus steps and lanes.
Mr. Thompson, your turn.
Jasmine,
I yield my time to Jim.
please continue.
These agreements reflect a statewide understanding to retain and respect educators. Fair inflation-aware salary increases are not optional, they're essential. If we want to remain competitive and retain high-quality educators in WELL RA5J, our compensation practices must align with these statewide efforts. Anything less risks being behind and losing the very people who make our schools strong. The district is budgeting for a $2,302,886 increase in general fund revenue for the 25-26 school year, based on the expectation of pupil count increases by 50 students. It's worth noting that this projection is more conservative than the state's own projections, in which the estimate is increased by 71 students. Meaning the actual revenue growth could be even higher. This increase in funding represents a significant opportunity to invest in retention, restore frozen steps, and ensure compensation keeps pace with the economic realities. A strong revenue outlook should translate into strong support for the people who make learning possible every day. The district estimates the following costs associated with the salary movement. $104,038 for increases based on assumption of 0% turnover. $250,806 for lane changes, assuming the 25 staff members move lanes, which equates to 13%, which have already been approved for the lane advancement. However, these projections do not account for the cost savings generated by staff turnover. A significant oversight in the financial picture: when veteran educators retire or leave the district, they are often replaced by teachers who enter at lower points on the salary schedule, resulting in real savings to the district budget. But not factoring in these savings, the projected cost of honoring steps and lanes may be inflated, which can give the impression that these increases are unsustainable, when in reality, they are both feasible and essential for maintaining a fair and competitive compensation system. We are proposing a compensation package that includes $1,164,390 for step plus a 3% cost of living adjustment. Additionally, the $258,806 for the lane adjustments for assuming all 25 educators move lanes.
Seeing Gunther, is it?
This page. Okay. This totals $1,423,196, including para Medicare contributions. Importantly, this cost estimate does not account for savings due to staff turnover, which typically offsets a portion of these expenditures. Replacement educators with new hires at lower salary steps naturally reduces the overall payroll obligations, a factor historically not reflected in initial budget projections. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Rosie.
Okay.
Good evening, board, superintendent, assistant superintendent. I'm Rosie Fisher. I'm the art teacher at Elmore Elementary School. I'm going to continue with why our proposal is feasible. The district projected to receive $2.3 million in new general fund revenue for the 25-26 school year, even using conservative student growth estimates. The district has a long-standing pattern of underestimating year-end fund balances and reserve growth, consistently ending with millions more than projected. If these facts, our proposal represents a responsible, equitable use of new revenue, one that honors the work of our educators, keeps pace with inflation, and strengthens the district's ability to recruit and retain quality staff. We believe this investment aligns with our shared goal, ensuring the highest quality education for every student enrolled RE5J. No one chooses a career in education to get rich. We choose it because we believe in the power of learning and the potential of every child. We are all here because we are deeply committed to helping our students reach their dreams. We pour our time, our resources, our hearts, and our souls into this work, not because we have to, but because we care. Our students are not just students to us, they're our kids. Many of us live in this community. We send or have sent our own children to these schools. We've spent years, even decades, serving the children, families, and citizens of this district, always striving to provide the highest quality education possible. This isn't just our profession, it's our calling. And this community is not just where we work, it's our home. We hope the Board of Education will show the same unwavering commitment to valuing its teachers as we have shown our dedication to this district. Every day we bring our best to our students, our schools, and our community. Now we look to the board to stand with us, to recognize that investing in educators is investing in the future of this district. We will continue to consider any proposals and counter proposals administration bargaining team thinks the administration bargaining makes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher, and Mr. Thompson. I didn't thank you for. Mr.
Okay, I guess I'm going to be the guy that didn't speak. So Colby Schultz, Roosevelt High School science teacher. There's not a teacher in this room that doesn't give every day to these students. And no matter what happens here, they're going to do the same thing every day. They're not going to change what they do. They're going to come and they're going to teach to the best of their ability. But what happens is it takes away time from those family members. So we spend so much time with the students in this community that we don't have as much time with our family. And when they get those times, it's nice to be able to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to pay for your volleyball. I'm going to pay for this. I'm going to do the trip, honey. When we don't have those raises, those things go away. And that's a big deal. And it's in that little time that we have with those people. So it's more of an emotional plea, I guess, to you guys, because we as educators know what we got into. we do this because we love our students. We do this because we want to see the growth, and we get a lot out of it. But at the same time, we take a lot away from that time with our family and everybody else. So, implore you guys for that. Thank you.
Mr. Schultz. We're at on total time, but we have one name left on this list. Cheryl Olson.
I defer my time to JMEA if they need it.
Okay. Do you know where we're sitting at? Uh,
4 minutes left?
4 minutes, okay. Where's that? Do we have it in this?
I don't know where.
I think we were just having to use it as a.
Oh, okay. So Cheryl, you don't want to,
We borrowed your yellow paper.
all right, well, if there's nobody else who's going to speak for that 4, I'll go ahead and close public. I don't know if you guys want to stick around for the rest of the meeting. If not, we can take a short recess, allow you to filter out. Otherwise, we'll continue on. Why don't we just do that? Why don't we take a little 10-minute recess? All right, it's 6:41. We'll go ahead and come back to order. We'll move on to staff and celebrations and recognitions. Superintendent Nielsen.
Thanks, President Wales and board members. It's that time of year where there's all kinds of other things going on in the school district, and I'll talk about just a few. We had a big turnout for Special Olympics last week. It went really well. Personally, I was sad to miss it. A great event. This year they had it planned, so I pulled a hamstring, so I was sort of excited about doing a little running. But the turnout was great. We had good weather this year. Last year we had to move inside the wind. And this year they had it out here at Roosevelt. And this year all of our schools participated. So that was a great day for our special ed students and many other students that helped support. And so it's a wonderful opportunity for students. And we have some seniors this year that's been a pretty big deal for them a couple years in a row. And so it's pretty neat to see and develop that group. I had a chance yesterday to take out and hand out some bells that weren't with us when we got together as a board 2 weeks ago. And Annabelle had a chance to represent the board with us for several of the sharing of the bell. We started at the Transportation Center, and Annabelle did an awesome job of communicating with our bus driver from the board. I also want to just tease that when we were there, our transportation department is again this year going above and beyond to get ready for barbecue days. So they showed us the layout and are working on a Ferris wheel, and it's pretty amazing what they're doing for barbecue days as a decoration for the bus and their mule. I think they're both going to be entrances in the parade. And I look at what we watched yesterday. I suspect they got a good chance of winning again this year, just like they did last year. School from the Transportation Center. We then went to Pioneer Ridge, where Annabelle had told us earlier in the morning, one of her memorable teachers was a first grade teacher who happened to be retired. So that's what prompted, I think, us figuring out how to make it happen. And Annabelle, if she decides not to go into the medical field, has an opportunity to be a kindergarten teacher. She was masterful talking in front of the kindergartners. And for those of you that haven't, it's not an easy thing to talk in front of or manage. But I also just want to talk just briefly about that sharing and watching Annabelle connect with Miss Herman. Prior to Annabelle saying anything, watching Miss Herman work, we walked in there, and as we started moving around in the room, all of the kindergarten started to talk, and Miss Herman simply said to all of it, she said, "Friends, when all of us talk, what do our guests hear?" And all of the kindergartners put their hands up and said, "Wah, wah, 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 wah." And then they all stopped talking. Beautiful, just a wonderful kindergarten move to watch. It was so seamless. And then we were able to hand the bell and take some photos. Annabelle just did a wonderful job representing the board in communicating the why and how much she honored and respected the work that, and all the children that had been impacted. So we had a chance to continue that. I think able to hand out almost all our bells yesterday, and we'll fit up tomorrow at Elwell. Okay. So that was just a great opportunity to say thank you to some of the individuals that have given this district a lot of time. We had at this time of year, end of the year celebrations at elementary schools. We have those continuation celebrations and graduations from 5th moving on to middle school. Had a chance, the turnout at MES was amazing. And I've heard, those celebrations elsewhere have gone well as well. Our field days were amazing. Our end of the year orchestra and band concert, I think when we were together 2 weeks ago, the choir concert we were able to celebrate with the orchestra band were the next night. I also, this time of year, tomorrow, and invite any board member that has an opportunity, we have our seniors that tomorrow is really a culminating day, and they start morning with breakfast. They then go to all the schools in cap and gown, so they'll walk. They start at Elwell tomorrow at 9, I think. And they work their way, they go from Elwell over middle school, then over to Milliken, and then they end at Pioneer Ridge. So that's really a cool thing for our underclassmen to get a chance to witness what it looks like and how it feels and start to see themselves walking through the halls and then ultimately across the stage, however many years ahead it is. So that is one of those traditions, pretty neat. We were able to host here at Roosevelt the graduation for CBOCES last week. I know President Wales, you had a chance as a member of their board to be part of that ceremony. But it's amazing to see students that haven't found a place, to find a place that helps them get across the stage and get done. Those smaller ceremonies, they're able to be super personal. That was no different, right? We were able to hear and see a little about many of those graduates. I think we had 8 of our own that graduated from CBOCES this year, so it was a big group of ours. So pretty powerful to see those individuals walk across the stage. Yesterday here at, I think it was yesterday, I can't remember, the days run together. We had a first pinning ceremony for CNA students.
Oh, wow.
And we had a chance to celebrate the first 3 classes of our CNA students. So we had 15 individuals that got a pin yesterday for completing that. And as Brooke had a chance to celebrate each individual, the number of the 15, I think it was 12, that have jobs in the field already was pretty amazing. And I know when I think about the mission that this board is trying to help our students get on a pathway to good paying jobs and beginning and taking a look at what they're learning in those classes and then walking out and getting a job or going on to higher ed to continue that passion. It was pretty neat to see, and there was a lot of excitement. And again, yesterday they had a chance to celebrate the first 3 groups. As we talked yesterday, we heard this year we have 2 semesters and both are full. So that's pretty cool that program has grown to a place where both semesters will be full. One of the individuals that was celebrated today was Monica's daughter, so it was pretty neat to see her get pinned yesterday. Yeah, I could go on and on. That's probably a good place for me to stop, President Wales.
Okay. Any questions or additions to the celebrations? We'll do board reports. Probably add some stuff there, but yeah, we'll go ahead and go into the board reports. Let's start with the young ladies.
I can kick us off. So, as Superintendent Nielsen was saying, it's a busy time of year of everything kind of tying up loose ends, celebrations. So I've been busy tying up a lot of those loose ends at Roosevelt and beyond. We had the chance to have our last superintendent's advisory meeting this last Monday. So we had some tacos and just kind of talked about how that program is going to look, how we continue to give student input to what the decision we're making as a board and as a school district. So we discussed that, and then, last meeting I got to go, instead of going to the meeting, I went to the senior awards night, and it was so cool to see how our community really supports these students who are graduating, who have gone to our elementary or middle school or high school, and really supported them in going beyond. So that was really cool to kind of see that all come together and really get to celebrate those individuals who have been working their butts off in school. I got to attend the last band and orchestra concert recently. My sister plays the cello in our high school orchestra. So that was also crazy cool to see that now middle school groups are coming up with more students than this high school has ever seen in our programs. And it's really exciting to think as we go forward. And then I'd say the last thing, finishing out the school year, the staff and the counselors have all been working incredibly hard. Us and Mr. Benson have discussed this as we're working through finals, counselors are working through schedule changes, you're meeting with students one-on-one. In general, that's something we're working to bring recognition to and looking forward to hopefully pursuing in the future.
So on top of all of my finals,
girls last week, and I was down at Jeffco Stadium for state track, where our boys team took second and our girls team took sixth. And the girls were only 8 points behind our Ambience Tidmouth. We were runners up at league for maybe top 5, and to have a team go second in the state is incredible, but to also have a top 10, or 2 programs finish in the top 10 is incredible. I don't think I've seen that much morale around track in a while. We had kids down there who were either just alternates, and maybe their relay team knew they were an alternate for to be raised, or like they knew they weren't going to be needed, but they still came down there. Kids who had competed like on the first or second day also came down for all the other days, just to support. And I also saw a ton of people who didn't have kids on the track team, or were friends of people on the track team, or girlfriends of the people on the track team. But it was really cool to see the amount of support and love we got from our community. And I am really excited for the direction that Coach Joyner and all the other coaches are taking our program. And our track team is an exciting future for both boys and girls. I was also at the end of the year concert because I'm 2 mans. And I was really impressed with the morale of the seniors. For those who don't know, the seniors get to do a final senior song where all of them play, and they all came out in Super Mario Bros. Costumes and played Super Mario Kart theme. And I thought that was really cool, and it was a really happy note for all of them to end on. And it's really just heartwarming, like Annabelle said, seeing all the middle school kids come up and our program coming back, especially after COVID, programs like that do again. And so it's really excited to see the morale behind that. Other than that, I don't have anything else.
My turn. I have literally nothing. I apologize. I've been traveling, so just got back to Texas, so I've been absent from the district.
I also have no report.
Okay.
I don't know if I have much either. I did go to watched a little bit of the Chance track meeting that was here, which was, again, like, it's bonkers how many people come to the site and how many pop-ups there are. So I watched a little bit of that, and I think that's probably all I did, actually.
Yes, I got to be at some of the end of the year school band concerts, and just want to thank all the students and teachers and staff who make not only that event, but all of the end of the year events so meaningful and so special. Those aren't orchestrated without a lot of help and a lot of organization. And we all know that May is Maycember. It's crazy. And the dedication that I see the students and staff doing is heartwarming. So I appreciate everyone who's making the end of this year so special for our students. On a professional level, I got to participate in Pioneer Ridge Elementary Literacy Night over at the library, which was really fun. We love to see the teachers, the staff, and the families and the students get excited about a summer of reading. So that is always such a great event to be able to be a part of. And then just last on my board report is I just want to sincerely thank all the teachers and the staff for all their hard work. I know how much time and dedication and blood and sweat and tears are put into making our school district successful. And I sincerely want to give my thank yous for everyone's hard work and dedication. Our students are very lucky to be able to have all of you as their mentors. So I want to personally thank all of our staff. And that's all I have for tonight.
I said the track meet. It's your turn.
All right. You sure you want nothing else? As Superintendent Neal said, we hosted the CBOC's graduation here last week. Wow. I mean, it's hard to put it into words. It really, what an awesome program. And it's what's interesting is talking to other school districts. I had a CASB president's meeting, and so I kind of talked about it there. And a lot of the alternative schools around the state, even in our neighboring districts, don't necessarily operate the way CBOC's innovation operates. So one of the cool things, I shouldn't say one of the cool things, one of the difficult things about the way grad rates are calculated in the state of Colorado is the school district basically has no control over it. And it becomes very difficult if a student leaves the district and falls off the map, falls off the radar, that's a ding against our district. If they drop out, it's a ding against the district. There's so many things that are outside of the control of the district to raise that graduation rate. And the cool thing about the CBOC's program is regardless of how long it takes somebody to get through that program, whatever district they came out of gets credited for that graduation. So as Superintendent Nielsen said, we had about 18 graduates walk across the stage last week who had actually dropped out of school in this district at some point. Came back through the CBOC's program, we will be able to count them as high school graduates, not equivalents, high school graduates. But it was something else. If you've never been to one, boy, I would highly recommend you take the opportunity to do it. Hopefully we can do it again here for years to come. That would be great. But it's interesting to, and I don't want to take anything away from our students who tomorrow night will on the stage and talk about their academic career and all the support they had and the hard work that they put in to get to where they're going. And it was so weird that the individual that they chose to speak at the CBOC's graduation what that student went through to get to that point. He was just one of 30. And every one of them came up then and had an opportunity to talk about it. I know teaching is a rewarding career. And I don't want to take anything away from anybody in this room, but the teachers who were there that night, I looked at them and I told them that. I said, you work in a rewarding career, but doubly so for the work that those guys do, because they take the kids who are, lost, completely lost, and put them on a path to success. And so if you ever get a chance to attend a CBOC's graduation, do it. Followed that up with a BOCES meeting. The following night, I learned that Windsor, through our former interim superintendent and Windsor board member Karen Trussett, the transportation department allowed the school board to take buses for a drive. I've ridden in a car with Karen. We dodged a bullet on that one. So. Good meeting. Everybody was excited. Lots of graduations going on. Again, that's so much fun to sit in those meetings because you have, Wiggins who is graduating 7 students, and District 6 who's graduating, 1,500, and we all have the same problem. just more lines on our spreadsheets. And then my final piece is tomorrow. I don't know if any of you guys got emails from CASB, but the legislative wrap-up is tomorrow evening. You should have gotten an invite to that. So if you're interested in that, the Legislative Review Committee will have some stuff to talk about, but that's all I've got. Anything else that we missed? All right, hearing none, let's move on to the report from the Superintendent's office.
The President of Wales and board members, I don't have a lot tonight. I just want to focus on graduation. There's a few changes just for the board to know about. As we went through graduation in this facility once last year, there'll be a setup change a little this year. It'll be just a setup will be more squared off. in our football field. So we are really addressing both the home stands and the away stands, which felt a little awkward last year. But one of the big changes for us, is that we will be recognized, we'll be on stage, but we're not going to participate in the ceremony. We're going to let the stage be about the student getting a diploma and shaking hands with the principal. And that'll be, and allowing parents to have an opportunity to take photos of their students walking across and making that ceremony really student focused. The caveat will be, for some of you, as your students go through, having the opportunity to give your students a diploma. But I know in the past, board members have taken part in that, and we've had to shift and move. And it's a lot going on. And now we're adding 2 extra board members. And so we will be there. Obviously, President Wales, you will have your opportunity to I guess, accept the graduates for the work they've done. We'll have your speech lines, I guess, we'll have to you tomorrow. So you get a chance to make sure you practice them. Amanda wants it.
I heard Nate wants it. Just a few feet.
So,
Thank you, by the way, for sending the script prior.
Yeah.
And not,
At the moment.
You should already have it.
yeah,
You should already have it.
I did, I got it.
Okay, okay.
But I was saying thanks because at the BOCES graduation, I didn't.
right.
And out on the podium was a script, and everywhere it said insert name, insert school name, insert school. So as I'm reading the script, I'm like trying to,
You're reading.
where am I at? Am I talking to you?
The other piece I just want to make sure is clear is, I think Dave talks about wanting us all there by 6:45. I would suggest getting to the school earlier than that.
Yeah.
We are going to have parking for board that's saved out to the east of the field house. So remember, as you come back side of the building, you're going to drive by the trash cans, and then the gravel road will take you around to the east side of the field house. But then make your way in here, and then they got a chance to put you in a row. So give yourself a little bit of time. We know Mr. Benson will want to walk out of the arena at 6:57. So, try to be, I would say, be outside parking by 6:05 or so. It's hard to say what the traffic will look like coming in. So just be thoughtful as you're thinking about that, so you're not under pressure to get inside and get a robe on. I think in terms of graduation, we have 243 graduates. And so we're excited about that. A good group. And I think as we continue to go forward, those graduating classes will likely continue to grow. So, but this year it's 243 that'll walk on Friday night, and you have a chance tonight to approve that list. So I think with that, President Wales, I will let us move on.
All right, any questions for Superintendent Nielsen?
No, just a heads up though. I did request the day off. I wasn't granted it given the holiday weekend. There are too many nurses gone. I'm scheduled to work till 7, on call 7 to 11. But I am requesting early release. So I might have to fly in here and hop into a robe. So I'll be a maybe. My schedule looks pretty good, so cross your fingers.
Well, let us know how we can help too.
I could have like a robe at the back door that you can like jump in.
I'll chat with you, yeah. Like that? Okay. All right, I'll do my best.
You should have Airlife fly you in. Like, that'd be so cool, right? People would be like, who's that?
I have a feeling the hospital would be on that.
No. Hayden?
Just because I heard you mention you're adding 2 board members first to us, are we included with that, like going up on stage?
You certainly can sit up with us.
Okay.
You don't have to, but if you're there and you'd like to, we will make sure there's space for you.
Do we get a cool Harry Potter robe? That's the question.
For sure.
They are pretty black.
Mr. Benson's got plenty. You'll get a nice black robe, sure.
It's a look for sure. I'll talk to you more about it afterwards, but thank you.
Yeah, perfect.
Any other questions? Okay, let's move on to our consent agenda. For adopting rules of parliamentary procedure, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval by the board in a single motion. Most of the items listed in the consent agenda have gone through board review and recognition. Documentation concerning these items has been provided to all board members and the public in advance to assure an extensive and thorough review. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member. Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as printed.
We have a motion by Director Johnson, a second by Vice President Sassano to accept the consent agenda as presented. Any questions, discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. All righty. We'll move into our old business. We have second readings on board policy DJE and second reading of amendments to policy DJA.
President Wales, we put both of those on tonight simply to allow for the board to continue dialogue. You've got a couple weeks to digest what we put in front of you 2 weeks ago based on the feedback from the work session. I think it was a month ago. Both of those policies have been out on the web for the past 2 weeks, so we have had no feedback. Otherwise, I think our plan, given whatever the dialogue is this evening, would be to bring both these policies back for a final reading on June 4th. I know there are individuals that are bugging Mr. Everest, trying to figure out when this policy, if in fact it's going to move forward, might be put in place. So, but again, given feedback from the board, if there's any changes we need to make, we could either bring it back for final reading on the 4th or even on the 21st of June, depending on the wishes of the board.
I have a few
Okay.
issues
Okay.
on this. I initially wasn't too concerned, and I've been digesting this. I'm not comfortable with a lot of it, actually. When we have, let's see, we have the $100,000 mark for our threshold to be put out for bid. I think this is way too high. I think we spent $74,000 on a website that didn't work. We have a responsibility to be more mindful of our funding. And when we're spending that much money on, we're wasting a lot of money, and that money is more than a teacher makes. We need to have more oversight. It's our tax dollars. I think we have the fiscal responsibility. We need financial transparency here. I think that needs to be way lower. I'd say 20,000. And I think the board needs to vote on things over a certain threshold, 50,000, because we're the ones that have to answer for it. And I don't like the bidding solicitations that only yield one bidder may be submitted to the board. They will be submitted to the board, and not at discretion, but they just need to be submitted to the board. I just would feel much more comfortable when we're spending large amounts of money if we need to answer for it. We need to look at it. We need to vote on it. We need bids in place. It's a lot of money. I mean, $100,000. I don't like it. So that's what I've been stewing on. I think, I told people I would be big on financial transparency, and I don't think that this is reflecting. I don't think that's our intent. I mean, I don't think anybody has the intent not to get the bids we need, not be transparent. I don't mean to project that. I don't want us to make any more mistakes. I think we made some mistakes, and I would like to learn from those and not make further mistakes. So.
Oh, thank you for that. So one thing I'd point out in the skip over the bulleted items. Looking at the third paragraph, it does require a documented quote or price listing for any purchase greater than 25,000, but less than 100,000. So there's still a requirement to have documentation from at least two, but it doesn't necessarily have to go through a competitive bid process. And I mean, let me speak to this a little bit. So I was having a conversation with Dr. Albert about some equipment they want to purchase for the CTE program, mainly some industrial equipment, vehicles. In my daytime job, I know we can call Two Rivers, John Deere, or Hans International Dealer and ask for a bid for a $500,000 tractor, and they just laugh at us. Yeah, we'll get that to you. Okay. So it'd be hard for some of these guys are just not even gonna. They're not even gonna give bids. They'll want to give a price or a quote, which okay. I think we cover that with that.
Yeah.
The other piece on that is with vehicles. So we have had issues in the past, and I'm sure it still stands today. Mr. Evers might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but like the vans that we purchased, a lot of the dealers just won't even enter into those agreements with school districts because of the liabilities that get involved, and so only one provider, and so it's some of those instances that don't make any sense for us to try to do a bid process when.
Which is covered here with the quotes. Correct?
But I mean, yeah.
That's why you added that in there. Right?
But I mean, does that, like I said, does that paragraph, I mean, does that satisfy your concerns where anything greater than 25 but less than 100 still would require the two documented quotes or a price listing?
So to me, that contradicts with the first part. I mean.
Well, the first part is if it's over $100,000, then it will be competitive bid.
But then it says 25 to 100, two documents for quotes or prices.
But less than 100. And so I think, and
I just think the threshold needs to be lower.
We might be able to have to.
The board needs to hear about the more expensive purchases, and we need to vote on it.
Okay.
I just think it needs to be lower. I would say, and I'm fine with the quotes, and I get that we can't get a bunch of bids on a lot of things. So adding the two documented quotes, I like that part, but I don't like the threshold. I think it should be lower.
Scott, how many people do you have doing only procurement at the district admin office?
We have 0. Michael, 0 doing only procurement.
Yeah. We don't have someone that specializes in procurement that would run this process. Well, that would run the process as it's envisioned under the current policy.
And Michael, can you talk a little bit about just the food service RFP, which is what we're talking about, we get to bid. How many hours has Linda put into just the procurement in addition to yours?
Gosh, many. I really wouldn't hazard a guess with Linda. Linda's been a lot more involved with it than I have, but I definitely have spent a significant amount of time on it as well.
I think that Director Proctor, that question I think has driven districts. I think, Michael, as you looked at this and other board members, with all the feedback that Ms. Diagon provided you from other districts, the reason districts have gone to this kind of model is because of the manpower it takes to run a true RFP, right? Which is, when we're running a formal bidding process, that's what we're asking. And it's time intensive, so it ends up being someone's time. And in a district where we have nobody doing that, I think being transparent Director Musgrave, I completely agree. I think the opportunity to use the quote option makes it much more efficient for our Michael Everest team, right, than trying to create a process like we have with food services that's formal and just takes more manpower and thus ends up costing dollars. And so that's why districts have gone to this model.
Roughly with salary and benefits, how much would high procurement person cost us?
Probably, I believe Superintendent Nielsen, when we kind of were looking at things, I mean, it's in the range of 100.
Including benefits?
Yeah.
Okay.
So depending on exactly kind of what level of person, we would want. I mean, it would probably span from, probably around 90 with benefits to, 130, just kind of depending on exactly, because different districts have it placed in differently. So we need to look at that. But I mean, there's a range, but I mean, it would be, it would be another person in the finance department.
And Mr. Everest, I just think about the numbers, right? We think about Windsor, pays a procurement person and has the same cut codes as we do. Right now are similar to Windsor's, and they pay a procurement person. So am I right with that? I'm pretty sure.
It's been a while since I've looked at it. I can't remember specifically what Windsor's situation is. I believe they do have one, but it's been a while since we've looked at it.
So, Amy, your concern is what the transparency of a board vote on these dollar amounts.
Well,
right.
the oversight, I mean.
So the policy doesn't prevent a board vote on amounts lower than $100,000. It's just how we get to that board vote. Over $100,000 competitive bid, $25,000 to $100,000, he's going to bring us two quotes, at least two quotes, unless you can't get them.
But we had.
So there's still
with the
transparency.
website's my best example. It was a $96,000 commitment that we didn't know about.
Which this would prevent, because they have to
It
bring that
doesn't
to us.
have anything in here that says we have to vote on it.
It doesn't say we can't vote on it either.
I couldn't even get the documents to find out how much we spent. Like, it needs to say we will have oversight. Not that we could have oversight. We should have oversight. And I'm fine with quotes. I get that things are time consuming. We are admin heavy when you look at admin costs to teacher ratio. Like, we do this in a way that we are more fiscally responsible. And our board needs to have oversight over that much money.
I don't think anybody's asking for no oversight, but what you're saying is we need to add some language in here that says we'll bring it to a board vote based on
Yes.
the quote and the
I'm
bid.
fine with quotes. I think
That's what's
completely
missing.
understand you guys don't have the manpower to do a ton of the bidding process stuff. But the quotes, if you bring the quotes to the board, that's okay. If we can only get quotes, we can only get quotes. But our board should have oversight when we're spending that much money. Like, not maybe, but always.
So I've got a strike that I'm going to add to this, which is going to push this into a third reading. Can you, in the next couple days, provide language that we can add to that?
Yeah.
Okay. So anybody else on this? Because I do have a change or a strike. So what?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I mean, I could do the strikes now. I mean, I could provide language now. After 2 years.
Okay. What I want to avoid is us getting into a kind of a work session
Okay.
situation.
I'll go ahead and move it to later.
Item 3, Mr. Everest or Ms. Diavon, I don't know, I'm just going to take note of this. So this is the following instances will be exceptions to the requirement. In item 3, we have professional services. I'm going to recommend that we strike engineering and architectural services, only because I think in the future, we will probably somehow down the road, take advantage of another BEST grant. They're going to require that a competitive bid process is in place. And if in most cases, most districts have already hired those individuals. They've already got their engineering teams in place or their technical team in place. So in those instances, BEST will then go back and look at policy to make sure that architectural and engineering is under a competitive process. So it just covers us for anything in the future. And as we stand right now, our architectural firm and our engineering firms were already vetted, selected through a competitive process. So because we haven't adopted this policy yet, we're still in the clear on those. Good?
I'm okay with this.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move this to a third reading. Which will put us at the June 18th. Okay. All right, DJE. I'm sorry, that was DJE. DJA. We'll probably want to move this to the third reading too, just because it does reference DJE. So, yeah, we definitely don't want to put that one into action into a policy before its counterpart is issues concerns on DJA. I feel weird saying DJA because I'm looking at them alphabetically. It's like it's not happening for me. Okay, we'll move on to our special business. Our first item of special business is the FBLA Nationals financial request. Superintendent Nielsen.
President Wales, board members, given that we looked at, had FBLA in front of us 2 weeks ago, and asked that they take their budget request back and do some work, you're able to take a look at cleanup they did and the ask they have. I also would just add that I think a change that's been made since they were in front of us 2 weeks ago is Mr. Benson is now going as a chaperone on the trip. And you can see at the tail end, their ask now is a maximum of $3,600, and the minimum is about $1,800. And I know that group put some time into trying to figure out how they can pay the expenses that they need to pay. So they're asking that the board fund what amounts to the money to help with chaperones.
No presentation on that.
There's no presentation of this, just what's in front of them.
So the total I'm asking for is 3,600, or the maximum amount they're asking for is 3,619.
3619. Which I think if you remember 2 weeks ago,
Significantly lower.
Significantly more, and significantly more than they asked last year. This now is less than what they asked for last year.
Can you remind me how many kids are going? Students? How many students are?
9, I believe.
Yeah, 9 and 2 extra delegates.
9, just 9. The delegates are included in the 9?
Yeah, I believe so. I can double check that.
Fine.
It says students.
Yeah, it's 9 on
Okay.
the.
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
looking like 9 on the chats.
Thank you.
That would be correct.
Any other questions?
Just one question, is the difference of number based on travel expenses, the 1,809 to 3,619? Is that just based on airline prices or?
I think it also could used to be how much they're able to fundraise between now and then. I think
Okay.
there's some plan to support barbecue days. Annabelle, am I right about that? That FBLA is going to do some fundraising through barbecue days. So I think it has something to do with how much they're able to raise between now and then.
Let's put FBLA on the Ferris wheel.
I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan.
Annabelle, you saw the Ferris wheel, are you sure?
I think it could hold us.
Mr. Everest, how does our insurance, what does our insurance say?
We would need to discuss.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Hands and feet in the bus at all times.
I'll make a motion if we're ready. Okay. I move we approve the FBL National Financial Request in the amount of $3,619.
Second.
I have a motion by Director Musgrave, a second by Vice President Sassano to approve the FBLA finance request as presented. Sorry, I'm not authenticated in this anymore, so I'm not seeing the stuff I need to see. No, thank you. Just signing it. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Diagon, would you please pull the board?
Monica Johnson,
Yes.
Amanda Proctor,
Yes.
Nate Solano,
Yes.
Amy Musgrave,
Yes.
Michael Webb.
Yes. Our next item is the 2025 Roosevelt High School graduating class. Superintendent Nielsen.
I think the list in front of you is the individuals that are projected to walk across the stage in front of us on Friday night. With that, we would ask that you approve those graduates as submitted by RHS.
Any questions?
Super excited. I had heard something on actually I think it was NPR. They were talking about the power in that piece of paper. So I'm glad. Over 200 kids are going to get a piece of paper that will just help them further. If nothing, it just shows that they went through an accomplishment.
Do we know the percentage of students that went in at the end of their freshman year to graduates? Do we know what that percentage is?
I don't
That
have it
data.
off the top of my head, and it's not super easy to track. I mean,
Right.
we'll be able to, but that's one of the things that takes the state so long to tell us what our grad rates is, because it's cumbersome with students in and out.
Right.
It's,
State math.
Mr. Wales, or President Wales just talked about some of our students that don't count for us that could have been dropped for us, so it's cumbersome. But our graduation rate, we think, will be very high again. I think our staff in this building is doing a phenomenal job of helping students move through and keeping track of how they support students and helping a good percentage of our students walk across the stage.
Yeah, I suspect it's quite high. That was my guess. Well, I would love to move to approve the 2025 Roosevelt High School graduates as submitted by the RHS staff.
Second.
I got a motion by Director Johnson, a second by Vice President Sassano to approve the 2025 Roosevelt High School graduates as submitted by the staff. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Diagon.
Monica Johnson,
Yes.
Amanda Proctor,
Yes.
Nate Solano, Amy Musgrave, Michael Webb.
Yes. Our next item of business is the intergovernmental, I have a hard time saying that word. Intergovernmental agreement with the town of Johnstown. Superintendent Nielsen.
Thank you, President Wales and board members. This is, I think, you're able to see, I think, what the town is doing there as we speak. I think as we bring this in front of you, there's a couple of things I do want to touch on to we talk about. The town asking for us to share in the cost. When we built this building, we were responsible for helping finish the intersection, which could have been done with four-way traffic and traffic lights. I think early in my tenure, the town began the conversation about a roundabout instead of stoplights. At a school district standpoint, for our students, the engineers brought forward that will ultimately be safer for Roosevelt students. And the cost of it is a little bit more. A couple things I just want to walk through with the board tonight is, I think we talked about this, we talked about it early in the year, that this is something we can use cash in lieu money for, which is money we cannot spend on anything but essentially infrastructure. It's money that developers give us in lieu of giving us land as they're developing. Just for context, our cash in lieu in the town of Johnstown has increased by $934,000 in the current year. The way Mr. Everest talks about the expectation on us, given this agreement, that we likely would make the first payment of the $500,000 at the end of fiscal year 25-26, and the second payment in December of end of 26, which allows us to keep that money in our accounts, a good chunk of it through the next year. And the anticipation that the county will continue to grow. The other thing I want to just share that we were responsible for, if we were to go back and look amendment from the Roosevelt agreement that the board signed with the town of Johnstown when we built this place, one of the things that is still out in front of us is what's called a hawk signal. And essentially, if you think about the places where there's like a stoplight that stops traffic to let people walk across, that was something that the district was responsible for. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just say that because I do think, in the spirit of trying to work with the town went ahead and applied for a grant to help with the hawk system. They received that with help from Ms. Kern, who helped with numbers and helped provide information from the district that shows the benefit to the hawk system from our neighborhoods to our two schools that are across Colorado. My last conversation with Matt LaSurf, the ask of the district at that point might be to help with sidewalk that crosses the railroad tracks when they're approved. But the ask to help with the hawk system might be, looks like it'll be nothing district or very little with the district. So that is the town in good faith, I think, trying to find other ways to fund it. But I think it's also them appreciating our willing to step in with the other developments in terms of the granary and Whitehall to pay their share. I think it's important. Remember, the granary is paying $1 million for this roundabout, and I think the Whitehall development is paying the same as the district being asked to pay for. And so those are context. I'm happy to answer any other questions that you have, or members might have to help where it gets past my knowledge.
By splitting up the payments, will it trigger the interest charge in that agreement?
I believe we have until December 2026 to make the payment for it.
So you don't think it will trigger the interest expense, because you said you're going to pay one payment?
Pay half June next year, pay the remaining half December of the 26, 27 year.
So it'd be before the interest kicks in
Yeah.
date of 2027?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the interest was put in as a means to support both developments that were challenged to happen up front. And I think cash in lieu allows the district to be a different place with revenue, where the developments are they don't have any money. The houses really begin to sell. And so I think that was Johnstown's way of saying, look, you can wait to pay us, but there's going to be interest starts after that, like I was talking about.
Yeah. I have some questions or comments, really. I think I'm a little frustrated with this IGA process, because we are being treated in this agreement and through this process as just a developer. And we're not a developer. We're a government entity who provides benefits to this community. Johnstown wanted the high school here. The developers want the high school here because it attracts people, and I feel like they're shoving us through the developer process, which is really frustrating. The new IGA, we need to fix the reference to the original agreement. It's incorrect. We already talked about that. We don't have the Hawk system, the sidewalks. That's not addressed in an agreement. That's just, it feels like that's not documented.
That's in that amendment B, just like.
Well, I know that it says that we have to pay for it, but it doesn't say that we don't have to pay for it. You just said that Johnstown's getting a grant, it's not covered, and those sidewalks aren't covered in that agreement. So I already am frustrated that I feel like in the first agreement, we agreed to pay for a traffic signal, which costs less. And then Johnstown did a traffic study and decided a roundabout. And I don't disagree with the safety of the roundabout. Like I'm really struggling with this because I do think the roundabout is the safer thing, but it's twice the cost of the traffic light. And we're being asked to pay for that. And I do appreciate that John is kicking in project management. They have a great plan. That agreement is paying excessive amounts of the contract. They went ahead and proceeded with construction at their own risk. I appreciate those caveats, but I'm frustrated because I think the school district is being asked to expend funds that were in excess of what we were led to believe we were supposed to expend.
Yeah.
And that's frustrating, especially when we look at the long range committee that's coming up on here, that we have bonding ahead of us and more building work to do. And if we're using our cash in lieu, which is great, I'm glad we can cash fund. But that also means that we can't cash fund something else. And so to me, it's just frustrating because I like the state of it, but I hate how this has come through. I hate being treated as a developer. We're not a developer, we're an asset to this community. Like without the high school being in Johnstown, in this location, we don't have the value if we were sitting somewhere else, and we're just not being treated that way. And I'll stop my rant.
No, I think you make a good point, and I've shared my frustration with it as well. It felt like the goal line got moved. I like to, to me, it's like buying insurance, and buying insurance is like going to a restaurant and ordering a $5 hamburger and having them bring you a $12 plate of pancakes. It's never what you wanted, and it costs a bunch more than what you was. I agree with you, though. The solution is the right solution. Lesson learned on this is, as you mentioned, we're going to talk about some long-range planning stuff coming up. Excuse me. We had some disconnect when we were planning this building and this site with the town of Johnstown, and I know the town of Johnstown's planning department is going through actual and literal growing pains.
Yeah.
And not really having an idea of what a lot of this was going to look like. But I would like to go on the record as well and say, I think they've been easy to work with, and I think you've done a really good job of working with them. And I think Matt LaSurf has done a great job of working with the town board to get us to this place. I hope that on any other projects that we have coming in the future that we really sit down and figure this out. Because the one thing I've always said is, had we known this prior going into the bond, this would have been an easy add to the bond. Like a drop in the bucket add to the bond. Post bond, that's a big number.
Yep.
And that's hard because I imagine everybody in this room has a pretty good sense of how hard it is for school districts to generate revenue, unlike municipalities and developers. Cool. Any other questions, comments?
Well, I have a question about Amanda's point, which I thought was a good point, is if we were to move forward, and if we're also looking at a long-range planning, I mean, what do we sacrifice? If we move forward this, then what do we sacrifice overall as a district? Do we have an idea of what that looks like? Are we putting our funding here instead of in here? I think I would like just to know if we have an idea of long-range planning that we would use cash in lieu of. If this is funding one thing, are we going to be hurting ourselves in another area?
Mr. Evers, you maybe can talk to, I think when I try to put into context the difference between what we initially thought and what we're actually now, it's not $500,000 difference. So we were have to pay for something.
No.
I do believe the partnership that we don't have an agreement right now. I totally understand what Director Proctor's saying around the Hawk agreement. I also believe the town is working to try to not ask us for dollars for that, and I'll work with them to try to get them to put that in writing. That actually is a value add for us. That actually asks less of us than if we had to put both our share of the intersection, the way it was designed, and the Hawk thing, which was over $300,000. So, but I totally agree and understand the point that that hasn't put into any kind of document other than I work with Matt on, he's got to work with his board just like I get an opportunity to work with all of you.
Opportunity, I like the way you put that.
I consider it an opportunity to get to work with all of you for sure. I hope he considers that, I don't know. But I do think in good faith. I think the other thing, just to think about, just in context, right, is they helped us with about 10% of the playground out at PRE,
Yeah.
which I think from our perspective could have been more. In the end, where this all shakes out in terms of the roundabout, our district is paying 12% or 13% of the roundabout. Not that they're equivalent, but when I walked into it, my conversation with Matt was, this feels unfair, particularly when initially, if you remember when the conversation started, it was, the cost was 25% the district. And you all expressed frustration that it felt like an open checkbook. And in effect, right, the early cost estimates were $2 million. It came in at 4.25 or something to that effect. And the town, based on really your feedback, froze the expectation on all three groups to that $2 million tag. And so I understand the frustration. I think there's no question we can do things differently with both towns as we move through whatever our next phase is. But we're where we are right now. I appreciate the work the town is doing. I think they've listened to the board and the work seeing with the roundabout already. To Director Proc's perspective, they're doing that at their own peril, right, at their own risk. Because we could say we're going to walk away from it or we're going to pay you what we owe to begin with. At the same time, they are doing what they're doing and incurring some cost to make sure it's done when school opens for us. And the work that they have done, I think when they came in front of the board and talked about a conservative timeline, it didn't have anywhere near the amount of work done when we got to graduation that's done out there right now. So I do think in good faith, the town is trying to do right. I think we can certainly be more direct going forward as a district around how do we expect or how do we do those traffic studies ahead of time. I'm not sure why the traffic study wasn't done when this was being built. I don't know. Those I think we can ask for going forward. But we are today, and I think the ask would be that we decide to go one way or another as a board so that the town knows if they're going to put it, if Matt's going to put it in front of his town council next week, what does he put in front of his council, right?
Yeah.
So I have a question on that traffic study. Did anyone on the board see the traffic study? I asked for it and was not given it. and I wanted a four-way or a stoplight instead of a roundabout. I don't feel like we were given a choice. They just said, we're doing the round. I mean, we have to do something there, right? They wanted that, they pushed it. And the board has to, I mean, we have to get something done at that intersection. We forced to. I mean, can we vote no on something like this? And we've been put in a position where I don't think we had. I wanted all the information on why we were doing roundabout instead of a stoplight, and it was not given to me. So I don't have this feeling that Matt worked with us like he should. I feel like we're being forced into this dollar amount, thing monies we could be spending elsewhere. And maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't see the data. I don't know. So I don't like it. I like Amanda's point, we're being treated like we're a developer. I mean, a lot of people are benefiting from this, and I do not like how this was done. I feel like this is what we're doing, and I have to agree with it. That's the position I feel like I've been put in, and I like it.
I mean, the economic impact that this school brings to this part of Johnstown, just from the kids eating lunch, let alone the events on the weekends.
Right. Yes. I feel really uncomfortable with this dollar amount just because I don't have any data that I asked for. So I don't feel like I can educated vote on something like this. It's disappointing.
I will say that back to Monica's original question, spending. I think so. The cash flow is we try to reserve that for capital construction. And we'll can add to this, I imagine. But from my perspective, as much as this whole thing has pained me, this is a pretty good spend for capital construction dollars, because it doesn't do anything to impact our road maintenance agreements. Whereas if we built a classroom or something else, that becomes an ongoing expense for us to maintain. I mean, there will be arguments from different municipalities how cash in lieu should be spent and what qualifies as capital construction, but probably, as painful as it is, it's probably a high value purchase for us to make.
Can I lean into you a little bit, Scott?
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned that in the future we'll be better and do better. I would like to push into you and ask for this agreement to be modified to explicitly state that in that original agreement, Exhibit B, Part 2 talks about the Hawk system, that's no longer our responsibility. I am worried that if this new IGA doesn't specifically call out and address these additional items in Exhibit B that we're on the hook for, and explicitly in an agreement that goes before council and our board, then leaves us open to liability in the future for them to come back and say that, well, you didn't do the Hawk system when we did it. You didn't do it, and now we want you to do the Hawk system here. So I really think that should be included in the agreement to absolve us of the liability of it, and including the sidewalk portion. Like, I think it should be inclusive of those things, because I do think you and Matt are working together and coming to that intent. But if Matt replaced with Bob and you're replaced with Joe and we're all gone, all we have left is the document that we're signed.
So I have a wondering, I appreciate the push. Given that this intergovernmental agreement is between 4 entities, potentially.
But it shouldn't be. We're not a.
Well, I understand.
That's a developer agreement. We're not a developer agreement. This is not a true idea.
Yeah, I get it, but I guess what I'm asking, or I'm thinking makes some sense, is to work with the town around what's in the amendments from the initial agreement that I think you have up right now, right, from 4 years ago or whatever, whenever that was signed.
Yeah.
that takes us off the hook for the, or at least is transparent about what the ask is for the Hawk system, that in my conversations, right, he has to work with his town council around the same thing, right? The town council say, we're not gonna do it all unless the school district comes, so I think working through that makes sense. I can tell you what I have been told, and I can certainly work on something like that. And if that's a reason to hold up this tonight, I will share that with him as well, and that we've got to move forward with that. Or in good faith, move forward working with, that we're gonna make that happen, that put into a separate IGA.
Right, and I think also lumping us together in that developer agreement with the two other entities, I don't know the answer to this, but I'm worried that it may expose us to legal risk to these other agreements that are out there. Like, is it one of those lawsuits that they sue Johnstown, now we're in it, and that's staff time. Like, it won't cost us anything, but man, that takes time. And so I hate that we're in a development. It should be a true IGA between two actual government entities. The developers should have their own developer agreements. So, anyways, I'm going to stop.
All right.
Yeah, I probably won't. Pause. I'll pause.
I guess this is a legal question, and I don't know the answer to it, but can we contribute outside of an IGA? Is there a way to write it so we are not a part of an IGA, but we can contribute? I think that's a legal question.
We need to want the IGA.
Right. And Amanda, you make a really good point. And
I guess one of the things I'd add is Michael has run through Kaplan and Ernst twice. And right. And
The initial and then the final.
And they don't have any issue with a non-governmental entity.
That wasn't the concern that was raised. I mean, really the only concern the only thing that they highlighted is, are you aware and are you comfortable with the amounts, the dollar amounts and the payment schedule? Is the only thing that they.
I think the other thing, and I expressed this earlier this year, right? One of the things that makes this awkward is that one of the entities is the same entity that donated the land sitting on. And so for us to say at any point we have a responsibility for whatever percentage of that, puts it back on the individual or the developer that donated land for the building, and that's awkward, right? That feels, that just has a
I don't find that awkward.
I don't either.
Not in the slightest.
I think that the economic impact that is being produced could help fill the hole, but. Well, I'll just be honest. I don't know. I can't vote on this agreement. So if I'm going to motion to table it so Scott has time to renegotiate it, because I don't want to kill the agreement, but I want to give Scott opportunity with Matt to work on it. So I'm going to motion to table this agreement to the next meeting.
Okay. We have a motion by Director Proctor to table this item to our meeting.
Can I ask for clarification, Director Proctor, when you think about work on the agreement, is it to pull it out and have a separate one, or is it that we clarify the Hawk thing, even if it ends up in a separate IGA that spells that out and allows for this one, so that clarity is what's.
I think in a perfect world, I would like in the town, just the two parties to have an IGA that goes through all of these items and expressly goes with Exhibit B and either absolves us or says that we're no longer liable for these items, that we're liable for these sidewalks, right? So it's specific. But if our legal team is okay with us being lumped in with the other developers, that's fine, but it also just needs to be in that agreement. Like, it just needs to be written in an agreement.
So you'd be okay with the clarity?
I would be okay with the clarity. I think, like, it'd be a good compromise. In a perfect world, I'd like an IGA, but I'll compromise with that.
Okay.
If our legal team is okay.
Is there a reason we couldn't have both of them today? I mean, the separate agreement and then getting us out of the liability. I don't know, the sidewalk, I feel like every time we do something like that, it's just, oh, never mind, we need more money, you need to do this instead. I think we need a hard stop, like Amanda's saying.
What about a separate MOU or something like that? Like a memorandum of understanding that could be an amendment or an exhibit to the thing or something like that.
I don't think that would be legally binding, though, would it? A memorandum.
They're.
I guess it would be legal, it would be, but it's not as strong as a GA. And I still think a MOU skirts the feeling that we are a government entity that's a partner in the town. And I think MOU is just like a partial appeasal. I just think we need to be treated like what we actually are. We're not, I don't know, we're a viable part of the city that provides vibrancy to it. Johnstown is known for Roosevelt High School, and they just don't think that along with the economic impact that we bring to this town, is being looked at. So MOU would be legal, but I just don't think it gives us the respect we deserve.
So we have a motion by Director Proctor to table this. I did hear a second from Director Musgrave. Does your second still stand with the clarification? Okay. Second by Director Musgrave. We are thorough, if not in. I was in trouble when you started asking questions last night about where's this agreement? Like, oh boy. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Diagano, would you please pull the board?
Thomas Johnson,
Yes.
Amanda Proctor,
Yes.
Nate Stefano,
No.
Amy Musgrave, Michael Will.
Yes.
I respect your no, man.
Okay.
So the motion passes, so we'll table this to our, hopefully to our next meeting. You feel comfortable?
I mean, I'll have some idea before June 4th about where we can be. It might have to go to June 21st.
I'd maybe ask for the three of you to collaborate on getting, it's got some,
I have faith in you.
I wanted to call you Joe. This is Joe. This is Joe guy. Okay. Our final of special business is the long-range planning discussion. Superintendent Nielsen.
We just wanted to put this back in front of you. We have our last meeting with long-range planning team tomorrow. And we know you had a chance to hear presentation a couple of weeks back. Had a work session on this a month or so ago. And so just wanted to hear, are there questions you have that would help guide the work we will continue to do with our team? Our plan tomorrow is to update the team on the work we've done, what we've shared with the board, the work we did to share with both communities, but also then to think about what questions or what guidance does the board have around things you would like us to zero in on, things you would like information for us to put together over the next months. We likely won't meet with the long-range planning team during June or July, but get back together once we get back into the fall and continue progress. But tomorrow we will celebrate time they put in, because they put in a bunch of time with us throughout the year. And as I think the board has asked for, is that will be a standing group that continues to do planning for the district perpetuity. So tonight really is just an opportunity for you to ask us any questions that you thought about in the last couple of weeks, or give us some guidance around what questions you have for that group.
Ms. Risco.
Superintendent Nielsen, I think one of the big things we need to narrow in on is making sure these buildings, these spaces will work even with the consistent growth, even with our school district consistently getting larger year by year. I fear that we'll have another situation like Elwell where we have limited room to expand, or like how we're already having to expand this Roosevelt High School as we go forward. Ideally looking at how we can look a little bit farther ahead and prevent the spaces needing to be completely redone within a couple of years.
Super valid point.
Anybody else?
I agree with Annabelle. I looked over the plans and, that was like a disappointment coming in for me, hearing that we would have to expand the school already. We're almost at capacity and now we're almost, I don't know the exact, by heart, but planning for just what's going to suit the needs of our students. And I think there's opportunities that are classified more needs than wants. So I think when it does come down to it, like.
I think that's super valid as we continue to move this process forward. I also think what you both are bringing up is some of the rationale for the board asking for a group to be ongoing in the district, because one of the things that happened in this district is we got way behind. We got way behind in condition of our buildings. And so then when a bond was ultimately passed, it was a large bond, and it did a lot of things in this district, but it wasn't able to do everything for the next 10 years because we were doing a lot of catch-up. I mean, when you think about Ledford to Elwell, that was a one-for-one. That wasn't even increasing capacity, but it was, as I understand it, a better solution than trying to go in and fix everything you would have had to fix at Ledford. Would have cost as much or more. So I think the work that this board and the community did to provide the spaces that are here were going from, I think, being behind to being ahead, but not ahead for forever, right? So I think that's the work that's in front of us. And what I hear you both saying is, how do we be strategic about that work, which I think is work we can continue to do with that group, but ultimately bring back here for your 2 cents on what strategies make the most sense.
And I agree, and I'm so appreciative that I did learn building like this, and it's definitely brought a lot of opportunities that we wouldn't have had at the old RHS. Not saying we wouldn't have been successful, but all of the new buildings have brought a lot of new opportunities, and it's all extremely exciting, and I think it was the right step forward for the time, and but that would probably just, thank you for acknowledging our concerns. And, yeah, sorry, I was not trying to be like, oh, we did the wrong the first time, because we.
You didn't say that at all.
We did not.
No, just ask for strategic goals.
So in addition, I know we're building, like, hoping to plan more elementary schools, more of that early education. At what point does the middle school that we have now, Roosevelt Middle School, outgrow that capacity of these schools are feeding into it quicker than we have capacity? Do we have any idea of what that would look like?
Right now, we are the flushest, at least in the current year, with middle school seats. Because that building has capacity for over 900 students. And I think the projections right now, as we see them for the fall, are about 280, less than that, which is almost a whole class right now. So, but we have space there. I can't remember off the top of my head in that presentation. You can see where Roosevelt Middle is projected to be full. What's that?
2034.
2034.
In today's projections.
Do you know, did you apply that same question to this building, to this school?
Yeah, I don't have it open. Nate, do you have it open?
I do, yeah. So the projection here from our demographer says 2028, building will be at 1,366 students. The clarification is not capacity for this building, right? All those students are not here at the same time, right? You guys have off blocks, lunches, they're not all here at the same time.
Work-based.
Work-based learning. So that's when we need to start thinking about adding space to this building. But it's not urgency at that point. The challenge is the last bond that was passed in 2020 fixed a lot of problems from the past 20 plus years. We need to start thinking about the next 20 years. And that's what this group is doing. That's what I guess these group of proposals are doing. But that's what we need to start thinking about. And the first problem we have is elementary space, not necessarily high school space. The other issue is when we moved into this building, we were only right at about 1,000 students. And this year we have 1,250.
184, I think, currently, and we're projected to be 114. I mean, right now, 114 now. We'll talk numbers in a little while.
Sure.
You know, that we see now drops. I think when you saw last year, Michael, what we walked in with were 60 kids less than that when we culminated. But yeah, we're up 140 kids in this building.
And that's the challenge. It's hard to plan for capacity when you have 100 kids a year that are showing a building that you weren't expecting, roughly. So those are things we need to start thinking about for the next bond. That's what this group is helping us do. And that's what's been in this district for a long time, is thinking about what happens in 5 or 10 or 20 years. So appreciate the voters that passed the bond in 2020. I think the groups we were working with, RLH and now Answer and all those A&P and all those groups sprinkled some magic fairy dust on the amount of money that we passed, turned it from 149 into 230 or so $1 million. So if we can do that again, we'll be in a really good place. But those are the things to start thinking about. So, and the big question for me is, how do we fix the elementary problem that we're going to have real soon? Opening up MIS helps. It doesn't solve the problem long term. Solves the problem for a little while, but doesn't solve the problem long term. And we're putting kids in a building that we've said from time is probably not sufficient. So how do we fix that? That's the question on my mind, is how do we fix long term and make MIS a feasible facility long term? So those are the things I'm thinking about.
If we do that, it takes care of Milliken and the students of Milliken for many, many years.
Many, many years. Agreed.
So, and I'll just, the only concern I have or ask or recommendation I would have for the long range planning is kind of dovetails in with what Vice President Sassana was talking. And that's, I think, one of the things we envision this group and a lot of the groups that we've seen around the state who operate this way is boundaries. I think we probably should talk and having that group really look into elementary school boundaries, changes in the, you know, whatever you see in the foreseeable future, but I would probably, 2 years, depending on what happens here on the western side of the district.
That group, as they were put to this year, if you remember, that's the group that brought the recommendation for the boundary changes we made here.
Yep.
As we brought the group together, we let them know that likely we are going to talk boundaries every single year for the next several.
Good. Okay.
Because it depending on growth, it could be a challenge for us to move students.
Yeah.
Every year. It's not popular, but when you have space in certain spots, it's how you have to manage.
I still think we need to develop like a floodplain style map that has like, we're in the boundary change zone, but I know a lot of real estate agents, I would not appreciate us publishing something like that, but boy, it sure would be nice for to know that
There's potential.
They sit on borders of mountains.
One thing that I've thought about after you and I had breakfast and thinking about it, I do make sure we're intentionally including the transportation center as well somewhere, whether it's probably going to be joint on a site, but I think doing something better for transportation so it can open up the opportunities for CTE, but to be somewhere where they're meant to be. Like right now, they're just a place where there's room, and being intentional about that department would be nice. Much before like more ball fields or something like that. I think that's providing a good workspace for people is more important than sports. And I know that's not easy to hear for people in this town. I get it. Like, it's an unpopular opinion, but.
Well, and I've talked to many of you, right, that one of the things that is costly for our district is we have to outsource almost all the work we do on buses, because we don't have more space, which means we also don't have the ability to do CTE work with them. So it's, if they're doing that, and it's outsourced. So I think that's a good push for us as a district. And whenever we move forward, to think about how do we, that's actually high school space we would be creating too. So.
And I'll real quick, I'll just dovetail to Ms. Proctor's.
Doing a lot of dovetailing.
I know.
Lots of tear.
Rob knows, it's a good joint. Strong joint. I lost my train of thought. So,
Sorry.
as part of long-range planning, maybe, what we do is we invite somebody from transportation to be a part of that team.
Oh, that's a great idea.
I imagine we'll get a value out of that. But the one thing I want to keep reiterating, going back to roundabouts and traffic signals and blocks, is what I brought up at the work session when we discussed this, is, if and when we have a transportation center that is a separate standalone facility, that its access into the roadway system is not creating traffic problems or getting caught up in traffic problems, so that our buses aren't sitting for 30 minutes trying to make a left-hand turn.
Don't put it on Highway 60.
Well, probably. And if you do, how does it access Highway 60? That's really more of my thought too, is just that our buses can run in a timely and efficient manner with disrupting traffic flow in the town as well. So.
May I make a comment too? Maybe a comment / question. We all know, and we all knew coming in, that growth is our biggest strength and also one of our hardest hurdles that we have to cross. So I just want to be creative in how we are presenting this information to the community. Anyone that drives on Highway 60 knows of the extreme growth that's taking place in our community. With growth comes students. With students, they're going to have a place to go to school. So everything makes sense that we're planning ahead, and we know we're planning ahead, but how are we presenting this information out to the community? So just like Vice President Sassano said, we are not having to play catch up. We are trying to be responsible and stay ahead of the growth. But I really want to be thoughtful in how we're presenting this, so it doesn't come as a surprise when we're like, you know what, we need to build a new elementary school. And all of taxpayers are taken back that we need to do that when we have all these new beautiful schools. So however we can brainstorm to get the message out that with extreme and quick and fast growth in a community comes responsibility to house students in schools that will help them. So we know here that that's how do we present that outward to our taxpayers?
When I think about it, there's some learning we can do from districts around us. We saw Windsor, who, like I've said to some of you, I think we're probably 10 years behind Windsor. And they struggled with that, right? They struggled to tell their story and ended up having to drop modulars in different places, including middle school football field, which that got that community to move.
It tells a story.
But modulars are expensive, and their money sucks, as we know, right? We were given a set of modulars, I think I heard.
Well, we were given as long as we moved them.
Yeah, and that cost us $500,000 or something.
More than that.
More than that.
Yeah, I think it's at $1 million.
They're just money sucks. I mean, they just are. And anymore, they're just hard to call value-add classrooms. When you think about safety and access to a bathroom, which I know is a challenge, right? When you're in a modular, that's hard to send kids in and out of the classroom. So, but that's where districts that don't do what you're talking about, Monica, end up with, right? They end up having to do something in a patchwork way that ends up leveraging money that could be used for ongoing expenses. So there's no question. I think we're still in a position as we finish the middle school, as we ramp what's going on at MIS, an opportunity to sell to the board, to the voters what we have, but also begin talking in a more meaningful way about what's happening with growth inside of those new spaces. Because Elwell is going to be, I mean, Elwell's in a position where it's not taking choice, right? That's a unique situation for this district that we can't, and very soon it's possible this building won't be able to take choice, which would be a unique situation for the site. So those are things I think we can continue to tell, and we can work with that group. What does it look like to tell that story? But we can also work with people around us. District 6 did a good job. Windsor has done a good job with that. Thompson has struggled with that. I mean, Thompson's our time telling the story and moving their district forward. So I think we can learn others and do what you're talking about.
So 2 more thoughts, and one along those lines. I'm going to do some dovetailing now. Sorry.
We built the whole building tonight.
Yeah. The first, to make to your point, Monica, we haven't really celebrated the fact that our bond is over. That we've done all the things we said we were going to do. We've done them time and under budget, well, on budget at least. And I don't know that the community knows that we've done that work. District 6 CASB showed us, and I think I sent it to you guys. They have a flyer that goes out every year to every registered address in District 6. It says, here are the things that your money paid for. Right. Here's the new buildings, the new facilities. Here's the programs, the teachers, all the things that those dollars are paying for. And it has really helped District 6 tell the story and get bonds and MLOs approved, because people can see, people who aren't attached to the school every day, who don't have kids in the school, who are maybe older voters that aren't seeing those things every day, can see this is what my money is going to. This is how we're helping the kids for the future. So just tonight approved a marketing person that can help get something like that, and we should do that.
First task.
Yeah. The other thing that District 6 especially did was did some videos, and they had students standing in this great new building saying thank you, right, to the voters that went out on whites and went out. So something like that I think would go a long way too, to help tell that story and talk about our successes and set the stage for next time.
I agree. I saw a really great, I think it was a school district had put it on their website that really talked about the essentials. What is a bond, and what does a bond pay for, and how does that affect voters? So I love all of that, being able to access that, to put it out on social media, to put it on the website, just to have a really clear, concise knowledge of the challenge we face with growth, what we have to do to counteract that, and what we have to do so we're not put in the position that our district was put in which we saw ourselves when we weren't progressing and having a long-term goal. So I really like that.
The other thing we can't lose sight of is we have a mill levy that has a sunset in 4 more years, 5 more years, something like that. You know when it is, but it's coming up. So we can't lose sight of that, especially if we're going to continue to fund things like teacher salaries. We need those dollars to do that. And frankly, we're probably going to need another one some soon. So we just can't lose sight of that in the long-range planning, that not only are we going to be asking for a potential bond, but we need to be asking for a renewal of that ML. In that.
Are they unloading the cattle truck up there or something?
Sorry. Morrison's up there working.
Let's hope everyone's okay. I feel like we need a enforcement.
Can I dovetail once? And then maybe, I just want to dovetail on just the dovetail. Just a side note on the new person that was on the consent tonight. As part of the process that Assistant Superintendent Kramer ran, we had the communications person from CBOCES participate 2 different levels. And our new person is going to work closely with Lauren, who has volunteered and is excited to build a relationship, because Lauren feels like she's working in isolation. And so that was pretty neat to see that synergy happen, and her excitement around our new person. And she wants to help and be part of building at least some video, because that's expertise. So just a side note that happened through that process, it was really good to watch.
No, it's, I mean, any opportunities that we can leverage our membership with BOCES is awesome, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
I know we've kind of allowed them to, the smaller districts to take advantage of her because of a high need there, but yeah.
She was excited and coming over here, and she was blown away by the spaces that this community has access to. And she said it again at the graduation, right? That the space that was created, the PAC, performed so well for that night. I don't know how they did it in a smaller space, because that place, our PAC, both first floor and second floor, were 80% full. So it was well used that night as well, and they were impressed.
So speaking of growth and long-range planning, I don't know if I told you this, but at graduation, did you notice about 45 minutes into the ceremony, there was just a mass of people that started coming in, and it was obvious, and it was kind of uncomfortable because they were doing the slideshow, and there was just people showing up to the graduation ceremony with balloons and flowers, and like, how are you 45 minutes to your family member's graduation? There's a lot of folks from Long, and they were putting Roosevelt High School into their program, and it was taking them to their middle school, and they got there and they had no idea where they were.
Oh, that
And
was
so-
a fear we had when we were talking about.
Yeah, and it does look like it did in a lot of places, but
It is, but we dug in after you said that,
Yep.
Will, and it's with Google. So Jeremy has been working with Google for multiple days to make sure there was a period of time on Google that actually district headquarters also came up with Roosevelt High School. So, but it's Google that Jeremy's working with.
Okay.
His push on them was to have it done tomorrow so that for graduation, we don't have issues.
Yeah.
It's a letter in that sense that people.
might need to post somebody up there tomorrow to turn them around and give them a map.
So if you Google it, it'll come up, but if you use the Google app.
What is Apple Maps? Apple Maps is right.
Oh, maybe that's the one.
Yeah, all the mapping apps. Is
Yeah.
Waze better?
It's not a really easy process to just move the pin. You have to like submit it to get, and then they have to like verify that you're the owner of that business. And
I can say every time I took a tour of this facility and LL, I would always, and I'd take pictures and I'd post them, I'd always add, and it would say, this doesn't exist, and would you like to submit it? Yes. So I encouraged everybody else to do that. So on opening day, it did show up on the map. So anything else for long-range planning? Good work. Thank you. We need to, that's another piece of that is, and that's the promise we kind of made to that group, is that we do need to start about how we're going to pull you and the assistant superintendent from that group, and let Josh kind of just to avoid that, that influence that.
The power coming off of you guys.
Yeah, that develops that little bit of bias, and
That won't be, we won't mind.
well,
And
it's like we said. I mean, we want those decisions to be driven by the need, not by anybody's want or desire. So
are we gonna do a push to put out something like 618? I mean, I think we have a little bit of a head start just because of the media attention and all the hype around how fabulous our school is, this school I'm sitting in, with the awards. So I think we have a head start on showing everyone what we've done, but are we going to try to put something together?
He said first task for the.
That's, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, okay.
that person doesn't technically start till July, but working with her to try to get her together morning before that.
Okay,
And I
thank
think-
you for clarifying that, I didn't.
I think you're right, Amy, the high school, we've got to start on the high school, that's
Right.
been all over the place. It's the other buildings I think we need to
Absolutely,
focus on.
yeah, but it's nice that we didn't have that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that helps us quite a bit.
It does, and it also, I mean, there's a lot to to tell, there's a lot of people in the community that may know about this school, may not even know here. And it's interesting to walk through the middle school with community members still that think about it as a high school. So there's no question we can do some work. I do think one of the things that will benefit from it being now as opposed to 6 weeks ago is we're also spending a little bit of money from what's left over from the bond on a couple of things at MIS. So we'll be able to celebrate even the use of dollars even into that building. That is economical for us is wise use of the money, I think is.
And
So.
I do think what Annabelle and Hayden pointed out about making sure we are not just range planning, but really, really long range planning. And then when we look at things like softball fields and baseball fields, it kind of sounds like an extra, like a luxury, but it does bring kids into the district and keep kids in the district. And I know our focus, that includes the barn and other things too. So making sure we're mindful that that's a pull. And kids leaving our district because they need other opportunities. We don't want that to happen either. So trying to find that balance on what we're going to add here. But
I'm just shocked that a field costs that much.
Yeah.
Freaking wild.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the infrastructure already.
Yeah.
We did plan ahead on some of those things.
Yes,
so.
definitely. Yeah.
But you're right, we need to make
Yeah.
those decisions.
Yes.
I'm shocked by everything costs.
I'm just
No.
gonna be honest.
It's just ridiculous.
That's why I say that
Education and healthcare, like, what are they doing to us?
Yeah,
It's just,
the money for the roundabout is probably one of the highest value spends that we can make when it comes to capital construction.
yeah, fine. Fine, I see your point.
All right, anything else? Okay. Our next item is, we have no new business. We don't have any citizen comments on general topics. So our next item is an executive session. There is language, agenda for a motion. Should anybody choose to make it?
I'll tackle it. Get it, Monica. I move that the WELD RE5J Board of Education move into executive session pursuant to section 24-6-402 CRS for purposes of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators regarding the professional agreement with the Johnstown Milliken Education Association, pursuant to section 24-6-402 CRS for purpose of developing a strategy of the school district for negotiations relating to collective bargaining with the Johnstown Milliken Education Association, JMEA.
Wow. Can you repeat that?
Please see note A.
So I have a motion by Director Johnson, a second by Vice President Sassano to enter into executive session. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Oppose? All right, we will go ahead and recess the general session and move to executive session. Probably, we'll take a little recess to use the restrooms. To conduct following, but we will return. Are we? Yeah. Okay, so we don't have any other business to conduct after the executive session, but we will return to the general session to adjourn that.
Where are we going to be?
I think the branding. Yeah. All right, our timer. It is 10:13, and we'll go ahead and adjourn the regular meeting. Thank you.